No, we didn't take nothing from you yet.
We haven't taken any of your stuff yet. We traded up.
I'm very cheesy smile, sorry.
We had 400 ready for him.
I was like, I did it to somebody else earlier on, blind on blind as well. Yeah,
Fun.
this is now at A7. And it came out straight.
You had four, that trailer, four stacks of pinks.
Good move.
Yeah, you took one out.
Obviously, it's unfortunate for
I had
him.
a million chips, so I think 900 of
He actually
Well, it's it,
Yeah.
he'd done it to me like the
That's
last
that's up there.
I don't know what I have.
Three better than us.
We can probably all
Yeah.
I mean, you've been on the tail with me for
I already
quite
have
a
a
while.
stack
You
like
say
this,
I'll
so
take
waiting for the black
any
chips.
And then when I kind of wanted to try and play, and it just wasn't letting me, so in the end I lost my temper.
Don't get this at Bevan Hero,
No,
do
it's
you?
fine. That's
Yeah,
what I
I
am
get
at
extra 100k
Hippos.
there.
So, at Empire, somewhere else.
I would say 100
I just United.
fall over.
Maybe not.
I was gutted, my rails all gone.
No,
They would have loved it.
Photoshop me. No, I love it.
I always have to see when I put it together.
No,
This is 5.
It was
I do
four
prefer the
stacks
full
in there,
name.
and
I
we
do
took
prefer
for
Kylie
6
Grace. I knew when I could never fit it in.
underneath the yellow. They were already stacked up. I stacked them all up and I was waiting for the blacks. They were stacked like that.
Half a
While
million.
you were counting them.
We
It's
took
actually
from him.
hyphenated, but
Yes, sir. We took from you.
You,
5.
yeah, you took four stacks of pinks.
Yes.
And
Seven.
5 yellows from me.
4 and 1 yellow.
I know I'm chips. I had a million. They had 500 there.
And we taken 100k from this gentleman. That's for sure. Yeah,
This is the 100 we took.
So, warm welcome back to Coventry for the final table of the UK Amateur Poker Championship for season 11. We've got our final 10. And they are in seat 1, Lee Miller, seat 2, Stephen Wetherell, seat 3, Dan Griffiths, seat 4, Brian Yates, seat 5, Alan Haycock, seat 6, Kev Smith, seat 7, Dane Talon, seat 8, Luke Penhaligon, seat 9, Kylie Maravalirani, seat 10, Chris Beattie. So, chip counts for those of you at home. Chip leader is Dane, who has 1.3 million. Lee is second with 950,000. Kevin has 800,000. Dan has 770,000. Alan has 750,000. Chris has 700,000. Stephen has 500,000. Luke has 400. And then our two short stacks, Kylie with 260,000 and Brian with 220. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000 for the next half hour with a running ante of 3,000. Average stack is 675,000, so about 22 bigs, so off we go.
That is all in with ace 7, and we have a call from Ty with pair of queens. Ty is winning at the moment. Elliot is an all-in player. He needs to hit his ace. Let's see the flop. Flop is
So we're fighting over the heads up of the Goliath here for updates. So Yanis has a microphone with a tannoy of the whole building, so he is kind of ahead of us. But just to let you know, so these 10 guys are all guaranteed £440, and the prices go up 510, 600, 780, 1,050, 1,450. 2,220, and the top three, bronze medal gets £3,620, silver medal position picks up £6,070, and gold medal position wins £8,870 plus a £550 GUKPT seat, courtesy of our season 11 sponsors, Grosvenor Casinos. 450 players started this event yesterday with a 15,000 starting stack on a 45-minute clock, and we're down to the final 10, and one of these is going to be crowned UK Amateur Poker Champion for this year. So we've watched a number of these along the feature table today, Stu.
Yep.
Obviously, but we've got a few new faces that have been on the outer tables during the day and haven't yet made it to the TV tables. But looks like a good bunch of players. Been quite consistent during the day, and still plenty of play for all of them. Even the shortest stacks that have got 200, 240k have still got 8 bigs on the final table.
Yeah, you'd expect a few of them to start making some moves.
Yeah,
early
they'll make
doors.
some moves, so we'll get some early action, but certainly nothing too quick required.
No.
So it's Luke in the small blind here, Kylie in the big blind, folded all the way around so far. We're round to Brian Yates, who's already gone all in once so far on this table. What's he going to do this time with it folded round to him? And he says, I'm all in. Puts a stack of his chips and the red triangle goes in front. It's folded all the way. Where are we? Kev's folded as well.
Dane,
and is it
Dane's
asked for a count on the button, so we're going to get it counted up. And
Dane
Dane says I'm going to call. The count for Brian was about 2. Was about 280, I think. It's ace 10 for Brian, and it's pocket 7s for Dane. It's the ace 10 that's at risk here. And it's king, deuce, 9. Brian needs to hit an ace or a 10. 7 is no good, and that's pretty much going to do for him. And we're going to lose Brian Yates in 10th place. Very well played to him.
Well played, Brian.
And Dane adds to his stack. Well played, Brian.
Stephen's limped in seat 2 and he's been checked from the big blind by Chris in seat 10. Flop comes Jack of Spades, 3 of Spades, Ace of Spades. Checked by Chris across to Stephen, who bets out for 35,000. Chris will let it go. The button and Chris. He's reaching for some chips. So makes it 65,000 to go. And Lee now in the small blind. Having a good think about this one. And he's going to let it go. And Stephen in the big blind. Already got 30k in. And he's going to make the call. So we're going to see a flop. Six of clubs, 2 of spades, 7 of clubs. Stephen checks. Chris checks behind. Turns the Jack of hearts. And a bet of 65,000 by Stephen. Chris is reaching for some chips. That looks like a raise to 130,000. Oh no, 155,000, sorry. So the action's back on Stephen. Chris has check raised the Jack of hearts turn. And Stephen will let it go. So Chris will take that one down. And he shows ace 8 for the sum total of nothing. Showing the bluff.
That, don't we?
Definitely get that action going. And his rail goes wild. Further on to the button, where Lee makes a race to 75,000. Quick fall from Stephen. And a fall from Dan. And Lee will take that one down as well. Nice and easy. He folded on the gun. Dane raises it up to 60,000, sorry.
Okay, we all lead and a call. Let's see the cards, guys.
Fall from
Let's
Luke.
send the cards over, please.
Kylie gets out of the way. Might struggle to hear me in a second because another heads up in the Goliath main event. And everyone folds here, gets out of the way. Oh, yeah, everyone folds, gets out of the way. So Dane adds to his already impressive chip stack.
Player with better
So he's in a raise under the gun. Raise came from Kevin, he's been re-raised by Chris. No, sorry. Talking complete rubbish. Kev's a big blind. Chris is raised. Looks like 65k from here. And Kev's going to let it go. And Chris will take that one as well.
So it's a bit crazy in here, Stu. We've got obviously our final table going on here. They are heads up in the Goliath main event. They are, I can't tell whether they're heads or three-hand or something in the high roller.
Yeah.
the Omaha is down to 2 tables.
Yep.
And the final one, because there's 5 events going on here at the moment, is the Deep and Steep, which is currently 40 players left.
Yep.
So down to 4 tables in that. So you just keep hearing shouts and
Yep.
and this that
Chants.
from around the
So I'm
arena.
Very excited about a chop pot there.
Yes, yeah. Well, that was. think they thought it was going to be over in the
Yeah.
Goliath, but it wasn't. These guys are playing. They're playing for monster money, 85 grand up top for the
You'd
Goliath.
take it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah. But I'd also take 8,800 odd for winning this as
Yeah,
well
yeah, yeah.
for a £75 buy-in,
It's not
quite
bad.
happily. Yeah, for 2 days' work, no problem whatsoever. So it's a bit cagey, this, isn't it?
Yeah, Chris has made a decent start for himself. He's been making a few raises and moves here and there, so he's chipping up quite nicely. Because he was down, we thought he was getting a bit short-stacked on the when we were 2 tables out, but now he's built back up really well.
So, it's a raise from the small blind from Kev, and it's been called by Dane. So they're seeing a flop of 8-7-6 with 2 clubs. Looks like Kev's going to fire out again, makes it 75,000. Pretty quickly called by Dane there.
Ooh. Interesting.
Yeah, that is a proper action card on the turn, the 5 of clubs, and Kev fires again, 105,000 this time. And our chip leader, Dane, is, he's not going away.
No.
Kev has another quick look at his cards, as the river card is a 3 of diamonds.
Changes nothing much.
Well, it doesn't really change very much, does it? Because the straight draw was already hit if it was there. But Kev fires for the 3rd time, 150,000. And Dane has very quickly reached for some chips. You can see him top left of his screen, and he's going to make the call. And it's 4-9 is what Kev's got.
Big pop.
Yeah, the turn card was a beauty for him. And he was actually on a gut shot straight flush draw as well.
Had it all.
On the free rolling on the river, potentially. I think Kev pretty much got as fully paid off as he was going to there. Blind on blind, interesting. It's very difficult to put Dane on a particular hand. Whether he might have even hit 2 pair or something like that. Yeah. But with the way it was, it's very difficult to then be. Actually, to be honest, it's the raise pre from Kev, which actually probably put doubt in Dane's mind as to whether he actually was anywhere near that flop. Yeah.
Well, shouldn't have.
No, exactly. But so it was the aggression pre that possibly told the story that for Dane to therefore pay him off all down every street. Yeah. So the pre-raise from Kevin, and then he fired a bullet every street, got called every street. Probably got his maximum value for that. Very nicely played.
Very, very well from what I've seen him today.
Kev's not been to an APAP for quite a while. He said he's had a good break, and I said maybe we should take breaks more often because it seems to have paid off to get through a field of a 450 down to the final table.
I might give it a go.
Yeah.
I'll see you in 2020.
Yeah. We'd miss you too much, Stu. We'd miss you too much. So a raise from Kev again, as it's folded all the way around to him on his button this time, and he's made it 65,000. Don't forget blinds are 15,000 and 30, and it's Luke who says from the big blind, I'm all in. So he's all in for what's about 330 maybe.
It's not that much, is it? 280?
It's 200, 250, 275, 280, 290, 300, plus a stack of yellows.
All right then.
So 320.
All right then. I'm just not going to bother with this in future.
No, that's right. I just, I don't mind you questioning it. Yeah, it's fine.
Got to keep on your toes. It's a pretty big decision this for Kev.
It is. It's very difficult because obviously it's folded round to Kev on the button, so it's kind of like he should be raising there,
Yeah.
pretty much with any two. And the
So
big blind knows that he
He's
should.
gonna start leveling
no,
himself
yeah.
to death, isn't it?
And he's called. He knows he should be doing it, and it's Ace King for Luke, and it's King 9 for Kev. It's the Ace King that's going to be at risk here. So let's see the flop. And it's 4-4 Queen. Luke needs to avoid a 9. Ace
do
is
it.
pretty much going to do it, and we're going to see the river card, and it's going to be a double up for Luke through Kev. King 9. It's a nice hand, and you're just hoping in a way you're even hoping just your opponent's woken up with a raggy ace or something like
That's why I'm
that.
talking
Yeah.
about the leveling stuff with it, because he knows that he can do it, and it's difficult. And King 9's right at the bottom of the range you want to be kind of calling off with there.
Yeah, he looked very disappointed when he saw the Ace King.
Yeah,
But it's a bit of a dent in his stack, but actually he
still got plenty.
Kev's got plenty because he's got pretty much just 20 stack of the 25k,
Yeah.
so that's
500k by
that's
itself.
500k. So he's got 6, 7, still got about 700, 7,
Oh,
720, 7. Oh yeah, he's got some more pinks. So yeah. On we go then. So it's going to be Luke's small blind this time and Kylie in the big blind, which means it'll be Chris in seat 10 to act first. He's going to fold, so we're going to work around the table. Lee's been very quiet in seat 1 so far on this final table. Built up a big stack on the one of the outer tables. Was our chip leader at one point, but it's folded all the way round to Kev. So it's now going to be Dane on the button. What's he going to do? He's going to do exactly what Kev did last time. He's going to raise it up and going to make it 65,000. What's Kylie going to do from her big blind? She is the short stack. Again, it's knowing that the button, when it's folded around to them, should be doing anything. It's a very disciplined
I'll
fold.
be shoving fairly wide, I think, if I was in that situation.
But the problem you've got there, though, Stu, is that you're up against Dane, who's the big
Massive
stack,
yeah.
and could easily afford to call you off quite light there.
For me, yeah, well, you want him to in a way, and you can just open your shoving range, and you know you're going to get called off quite light. You need to be shooting for the top places in this because the payout's quite flat.
Yeah.
So if I was there, I think I'll be looking to get my chips in. It's because the gaps aren't very big until like 6th place either. So.
No. I mean, I think it's 6th place and up is over 1,000. So when you get to 6th and you've bagged up 4 figures, it's very nice.
Yeah. So I'm not a fan of hovering around 8 big blinds personally. It winds me up.
But there's plenty of players that can do that, and you wait for your time and can then go on, go on from there. It's as we were saying in yesterday's stream, it's all about momentum.
Yeah. She's shown a lot of patience throughout the last 2 tables, hasn't she? Because you were short stacked going into the last 2 tables. So.
And then actually built a decent stack, and then doubled a few players up.
Yeah.
But that's the roller coaster that is tournament poker.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So we've folded all the way round. Now, interestingly, Luke from the button this time decided not to raise, so we're left with the blinds. Now, you would logically say here that Kylie should be just shoving straight over the top of Chris here in the big blind.
Yep. Oh dear.
But she's going to fold. Chris is going to get a walk. Again, disciplined fold. No, you can't fault it. Chris has got a decent stack there now as well, because he's probably got a stack of he's probably got a stack of 25k chips. He's got 500,000 in that, plus he's got 2 stacks of pinks as well, so 700. So Chris is probably playing now up near towards 800k. So
she's played with Chris for the last however many hours.
Yeah.
He's not
So Kylie's now is down to sort of 200k. So it's 25% of Chris's stack. She knows that as well. She knows exactly what his stack size is to her left, and she's knowing that. Again, it's another one of those that could easily get called. that time of the night, Stu, where we're watching a final table and we're busy saying goodbye to people as people come up to us just to say they're leaving, having either been up here for the whole week or just the long
weekend,
long
yeah.
APAC weekend,
It's always a sad time.
making their way back to all different parts of the country, working out when we're next going to meet up again.
Yep.
For most, it's going to be Cardiff. For some, it's going to be Spa in
That'll be
Belgium.
Spa for me.
And for plenty of others, it'll be Dublin in October. But you can get all the details on the website.
So we're seeing Jack 7-4 board and Lee's bet out.
After a check from Chris, Lee's fired out a bet of 40,000 and Chris folds.
From Lee on the button to 65,000. Stephen's going to fold from the small blind. Oh, I can't see them. Lee takes it down. After Dan folds the He's got a walk there for Kev, who looks shocked.
He's got ace king when he gets a walk in the big
Oh,
blind.
yeah, ace king.
Oh, well, easy game. Kev didn't get it. Well, they were just confusing him with the button there, actually. Obviously, Kev raced under the gun there, so got no action and took it down. So it's now his big blind this time.
Kylie.
First time, Kylie, our short stack. She's been hanging on, and she's got a bit of a rail, which is good. And she's all in. Is she going to get any action? Round and round and round we go. Just the blinds to get through. Alan first in a small blind. Kylie's a regular player down at the Hippodrome down in London and has got quite a number of their players on the rail following her, all badged up. Asking for a count now after a bit of a think, and I'm going to make it and he's made the call. So Alan's made the call, which means decision on Kev, and Kev's gone a raise, a huge raise from
All
the big blind.
He's gone all in.
All in. Decision back on Alan. So the black chip's 25k. So we've got an all-in from Kylie. It's been called by Alan in the small blind. Now Kevin in the big blind. Kev's gone all in himself. And Alan looks pained, is the best way to describe it. He's having a bit of a chat with Kev. Counting out how much he's got. Alan's was playing about 600k, so he started with about 600,000, which is 15 bigs. And he's going to let it go. So we're going to still see, and Kev's got ace jack, and it's ace 5 for Kylie. It's the ace 5 at risk. The rail are calling for a 5. Here we go. Here comes the flop. And it's 239. 239 gives a gut shot as option as well for Kylie, and a club. Possible runner, backwards flush draw. Here comes the turn. And it's a king. That's no help. Here comes the river card. It's a 4! A 4 on the river.
Oh, no.
4 on the river, and Kylie gets a double up. 4 on the river, gives her the straight.
Wow.
And she gets a triple up with that.
Yeah, it's all rigged. Poker's rigged.
That's well, to be honest, if you're getting your chips in, that's what you want is a triple up. That really puts a very much
against one person.
Puts a very much back into the game now. So I've got a raise from Lee to 80,000, and just the big blind of Dane to get through. And he's going to fold, and Lee is going to take that one down. So that's the Goliath over. We have a winner there. We're still playing 9-handed. Looking to find out who's going to be our winner, crowned UK Amateur Poker Champion for Season 11.
Here's a question for you. Why haven't the balloons popped yet?
I think they'll only pop when they're ready to do it.
Oh, well, I just want to see the balloons pop. Been waiting all day for this.
They'll pop when they get the winner's vote. And
Yeah, I suppose I.
So we've got an all-in, Alan, and it's been called by Dane. So it's pocket sixes for Alan against King Queen for Dane. It's the sixes that are at risk. Here comes the flop. And it's 9 ace 9. That gives counterfeit options as well now. Here's the turn. It's a 7. Alan needs to avoid a king, queen, or an ace, or a 7. And the 4 is good, and he will get his double up. So raise from Kev takes that one down.
Start going back in the
Yeah, very much so.
switch directions, only a
Very
few
much
hits
so.
so far, so
Yep, absolutely. So Lee gets a walk there in seat 1.
he's got a monster of a chip stack, hasn't he? Oh, he's just in earlier. He had a palace built earlier until he got all his 100 chips taken off him. But he's rebuilt quite well. About 1.3, he says.
1.3 of the 6.75 million chips in play.
It's a good start, isn't it?
9-handed, yeah.
High roller Kenny wins another pot.
Yeah. So we fold all the way round to Chris on the button here. He folds as well. So it's Lee's small blind, and Lee says I'm all in.
Wow.
Decision on Stephen in the big blind. Does he want to take a punt for something?
Yes.
He says I'm going to. And Stephen has ace-7, and it's king-9 for Lee. It's the ace-7 that's at risk here. Blind on blind. Let's see the flop. And
Oh,
it's
wow.
10, 7, 8. So
Nothing's easy, is it?
Stephen's hit his 7, but now it's up and down straight draw for Lee. Here comes the turn. Ace on the turn.
So it's
There's
jack
no
or 6.
spades out there, so it's basically avoiding a jack or a 6. Here comes the river. 3 on the river,
Wow.
and Stephen's going to get a double up. Just going to count that up. Stephen doesn't do it the easy way, but gets there. So it's 376,000 is the count for Stephen, and he's now got double that plus the antes.
What was the count?
376.
Don't know about a million.
Yeah, and we'll put Stephen up to about
750.
780 because you've got the antes as well
Yeah.
on top of that as well. So
Yeah.
But they were blind on blind there. That just
Seen it.
pretty much played itself, didn't it? Really. We're going to have a quick change of dealer here.
A raise from Lee would have done the same trick rather than just ploughing in 370k. Saying that, it's only he's playing what 10 bigs effective. Yeah, he's playing 10 bigs effective, so yeah, it does play itself really.
So just under half an hour to play on this level with blinds at 20,000, 40,000 with a running ante of 4. Be a raise from Dane here. 85 is the raise. And Lee is going to re-raise, which I think is going to be 200,000. It is to 200,000. Still the blinds to act. Stephen in the small blind. And he folds. And big blind folds as well. So we're back round to Dane, the original raiser. He made it 85,000. Lee from the button has made it 200k. These are two big stacks at the table.
Most of the chips on, so.
And Dane makes the call. So we're going to see a flop with now, let's see, so pretty much 500,000 in the pot before we see any cards.
Wow.
Here comes the flop. And it's 596, all hearts, sorry. They're not spades, definitely not. And Lee is all in after a check from Dane. So it's decision on Dane, which is pretty much for his tournament life. And yeah, Dane's just looking. Lee's still got about 750. Dane said, yeah, you got me covered. So this very much is for Dane's tournament life. If he makes the call, it's tournament life. It's tournament life or big chip lead.
Yeah.
And Lee's chatting away to him, even though he's already all in.
Dane's showing he's not afraid to get his chips in the pot.
So Dane is top left of your screen with the glasses, just scratching his head there. And you can see Lee in the green shirt, bottom right of that screen, or top left of the other screen. And they're busy chatting away to each other.
Yeah.
I get the feeling Dane desperately wants to call.
Yep.
But obviously I guess it's potential ICM suicide to be doing this against it. He's going to fold. Yeah, I think it's a very sensible fold. I would imagine he's on a drawing hand to hand.
Yeah, aces with ace of hearts.
And Lee shows two red aces.
Wow.
And the shove is a strange one, isn't it? It's a strange one. I'm not quite sure why.
You get the least amount of value out your massive hand that you can. He's got an overpair, the top overpair with.
I mean, I don't know whether he's done it in a way of trying to make it appear that it's his fight is not as strong, but I don't think Dane. I think Dane saw right through that. That was the plan.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I think he's lost out on a lot of value from his massive hand.
I think he could. Well, he could have afforded to check and see a turn. He could have afforded a check. Yeah, he could have afforded a check there definitely, but he didn't, and so we move on. He's added 250k to his stack, but which is pretty much what he just doubled Stephen up with a couple of hands previously. But
yeah, starting to pop them balloons, you know. That's just I'll save it for us.
We've got an all-in from Dan on the button. It folded. Oh no, actually he's in the small blind. Actually, I tell a lie. It's just the button's quite close to him actually, because Alan's in the big blind, and it's therefore a decision. Decision for him. Alan says I want to, but he's going to fold. So Dan, who's been very quiet at this table so far,
Yep.
wins that one. Raise up from Chris here. He's made it 55,000 and
He's made it 80,000. He's min raised it.
oh yes, you are right, Stuart. I apologise. 80,000 min raise and Lee is showing some interest and makes a call. And Alan's called out of the small blind, and with 3 players in for 80,000, Kev Smith decides to fold from the big blind. It's ace, deuce, 8, 2 hearts, and it's a check from Alan. So round we go to Chris, who is the original raiser. And he fires out a bet of 105,000. Fold from down, but the small blind, Alan, makes the call. And so the 2 players see a king of diamonds on the turn. Another check from Alan. And Chris checks it this time. And we see the 4 of hearts on the river. And they're going to check out, and Alan says I have an ace, and as does Chris. Alan has a 9 with his, and it's a 10 that Chris has, which means the 10 plays, and Chris scoops. On we go, still 9-handed here. For those that might have just tuned in, these guys are all now guaranteed £510. Then the jumps go 600, 780. Then the top 6 all get over £1,000. So 6th place gets 1,050. 5th place gets 1,450. Fourth gets 2,220. Then the top 3, bronze medal position picks up 3,620. Silver medal position picks up 6,070. And up top, gold medal position with a £550 GUKPT seat added on top, and also picks up a cool £8,870. So Dane takes that one from the big blind. Very passive table, Stu.
Very. Like you said, there's a lot of money on offer at the minute. People are playing a lot tighter than I thought they would, especially the shorter stacks are looking to hang on there and ladder a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. And bear in mind, with 9 left, average stack is 750,000, which is, you know, nearly 19 bigs. So
I think if I was one of the bigger stacks now, I'd be putting my foot down a bit and just starting to
yeah,
press the
especially
action.
because the money does really shoot up for the top 3.
Yeah.
Now's the time where you can actually hammer home your advantage.
It's very quiet. There's not much talking, is there, going on?
No, it's silent table as well, which is most peculiar. I did
Yeah,
warn
right.
them all that there were microphones, but I wasn't expecting them to
Just
actually
be
therefore not
quiet
say
about it, yeah.
anything. So we got a raise from Alan here up to 80,000. Now it's been called by Kev on the button. Dane in the small blind gets out the way. So Luke, who we've hardly seen anything from, says, "I'm all in from the big blind." That's what we like to see. Good play. Nice potential squeeze spot. Let's see what the other two are going to do. Alan reluctantly folds. Kev's having a look to see how much it is. I would suggest it's somewhere up around 350. Might even be more than that. Yeah. Yeah, he had a few more 25s there than I could see, and Kev folds as well. So it's one of those where it doesn't really matter whether you've got cards or not. It's a beautiful squeeze spot if you want. He's got the right size stack to do it, Stu. So
put massive pressure on with that.
yeah, makes it very difficult. He's, you know, okay, you're reliant on the other two not actually having a monster, but it's a min. What you've got there is a min raise and a call.
Yeah.
So actually, unless they're slow playing an absolute monster, there it's a beautiful spot with that size stack for you to actually make that move.
Agreed.
I've seen it all now. Will Kasuf's getting chants of "Who are you?" across the arena. That's excellent. Quite right too.
Passive plays continue in a minute. Very, like I say, it's very quiet now in the card room in general. Everyone just trying to get a feel for it, I think.
Got a raise from Kev here to 85,000, and Lee in the big blind has put across a huge stack of pink chips. Hmm?
Got no clue how many that is.
A lot. It's a lot. Let's just call it a lot of pink chips. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Kev's going to fold, and Lee shows the 5 of clubs.
Big fan of that.
Lee
20k raise.
Lee continues to add to his first floor extension to his pyramid.
Chateau Lee.
Guys, does anyone want to valet for anything? Dane is Dane's all in after a raise from Kev. So Kev's raised it up again to 85,000, and Dane has gone all in, one to his left, and the blinds have got out the way. So we're back round to Kev again with a decision to make. It's twice now, 2 hands in a row. He's raised and then been re-raised. This time it's Dane. Last time it was Lee. He's having a look at Dane's stat, just working out how much it is. I would suggest Dane is playing somewhere around 600,000. So he's made 85,000 to go. Dane is all in for what I think is about 600k. Decision back on Kev. Kev's not got much more than that himself, actually. I think Kevin's playing about a similar amount, actually. And he's flicked the cards a few times. Massive decision, because this is for Kev's tournament life as well, pretty much. And he folds. And he says big. It says big fold. So on we go, and it's this time it is Luke raising it up. To 85,000, and Kylie folds, as does Chris. Round we go. Lee's button, and Lee's going to fold. So just the blinds to get through. Stephen first, and he folds. And all in from the big blind goes Dan. And Luke's going to fold. So Goliath main event has finished. The high roller, I think, has got 2 left now by the looks of it. Yeah, 2 players left in the high roller. We've got 9 here, and there are now 9 left in the Omaha. So I'm assuming that is on a final table now as well. Yep, it is. And there are still 23 players left in the final event of the week, the Deep and Steep. It started with 213 runners, 23 of them left. Looking at this, I'm kind of thinking the Deep and Steep is going to be quite quick. We could be last to finish here. So it's going to be Alan's small blind and Kev's big blind, which means it'll be Dane to act first. He folds, as does Luke. Round we go to Kylie. And Kylie folds. Chris folds as well. And Lee raises to 100,000. Stephen folds. Dan's button, he folds as well. Alan small blind, Kevin the big blind out the way, and Lee shows the ace of clubs. So next hand here, and Luke folds, as does Kylie, as does Chris, and it's a raise again from Lee to 100,000, and Alan goes all in from the button, and blinds fold, and Lee's asked for a count, I believe, and Alan said it's about 680-ish, but we'll get an exact count on it. So 631,000 is the count. And he folds, showing an ace. And so Alan shows him an ace as well. So they both had an ace. Wow. Kev's all in from the button. Dane folds in small, Luke folds in the big, and Kev gets that one through.
So we've got an all in from Stephen in seat 2. Folds round to the blinds.
So we've got
Kylie having a think, and she's going to let it go as well. So Stephen gets that one through.
Dane all in.
This was all the players in the PLO Championships. We'll take your seats. We are restarting in 30 seconds.
So Kylie's all in. Blinds to get through. Gets through the small blind, and it's just Stephen in the big, asking for a count. And he's going to call. And Kylie's got ace queen, and he's up against queen jack.
Ace in the window.
It's the ace queen that's at risk.
Come on, Kylie.
And here comes the flop. Deuce, queen, deuce.
Oh.
And a 9 on the turn. And 4 on the river, which means ace queen is good. And Kylie gets to double up. So raised by Dane to 135,000 has been called by Lee on the button. Still got the blinds to get through, and Stephen's going to fold. As does Dan. So we're going to be 2 players to a flop here. So the flop is 4 of clubs, 10 of hearts, king of hearts. And it's a check from Dane. And Lee checks as well. So we're going to see the turn, which is the 9 of spades. And they both check that as well. And it's the 8 of diamonds on the river. And it's check, and Lee says 200, and it's a call from Dane, instant call. So Lee is going to have to count out 200k because Dane's got pocket queens, and it was ace 10 for Lee. And Dane is going to win that pot. How do you like the checking all the way down there to induce a bet?
I don't mind the way Dane played it. I mean, it's fair. I'm trying to think from Lee's point of view. It's a fair enough kind of trying to go for a bit of thin value on the end. I mean, when it's been checked out, you can probably get a call from a lot of ace highs.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's about all right.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I'd probably have checked it behind, but I don't mind a bit of value.
How are we still 9-handed, Stu?
It's a very good question. It's just died, hasn't it, a bit? Everyone's waiting for someone else to make something happen.
Absolutely.
And no one's making it happen. Omaha tactics with James Barber on the rail there, and my thing was just if in doubt, say pot. It's probably why I'm stood over here commentating and not sat on the final table.
But they're on their final table as well now, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Obviously, our main focus is on this main event, seeing who was going to be crowned as UK Amateur Poker Champion for our Season 11, and scooping £8,800.
We'll have an answer for you sometime on Wednesday.
Hopefully sooner than that, Stu. If Lee's got any thing to say about it.
At least he's starting to try and push it a bit.
Absolutely, and he's made it 125,000 to go. Just got Kev's big blind to get through. But Kev's going to defend, so let's see what the flop brings. So, Queen, Queen, King with 2 diamonds. They both checked it. 8 of hearts on the turn.
Lee's looking a bit quizzical here.
And they both checked again. 4 of diamonds. And they both checked. Ace Jack for Lee. And that is good enough.
Kenny's won another pot. Has he won the whole thing?
So Lee makes it 1-2-5 again. And Dane goes all in from the big blind. This is two decent stacks clashing here. Lee's saying that you're deep enough to 3-bet. Why have you made the all-in move? So Lee's been chatting, but getting nothing out of Dane at all.
Snap sooner or later.
This is one of those I can't. Lee's sort of talking, you know, you got aces, you got kings. He's going to fold, and he does. So blinds still 25,000, 50,000 with a running ante of 5,000. 9 players left. Average chip stack 750k, which is only there's only 15 bigs now. Lowest it's been all day. Really means we should be losing a couple of players on this feature table by now. This is the lowest it's been. Normally it would run at least in the 20s at this point in the tournament. And Alan takes that one down. Stephen's all in from seat 2 for what I'm going to suggest is somewhere around 500,000. And we folded all the way around to Kylie's big blind, and she's going to fold it. So Stephen's going to take that one down. I was just saying, Stu, we're at a point now. It's 15 bigs is average stack. That's been the lowest it's been for all day. We probably should have lost a couple of players by now.
Yeah. It's going to keep
on
getting,
this. Yeah.
keep getting shorter and shorter, that average stack as well.
Exactly. So it's just inevitable, just the way the structure works. Inevitably, that's going to happen. Even a shove now of of what Stephen's just shoved now, which is just over $500,000 in chips. It's only 10 bigs he's shoving.
Yep. Kylie's looking like she's got down.
Yeah. I have a feeling we are genuinely going to. I think what will happen is once we bust one or two, we'll then lose a few more quite quickly, and then it'll tighten up again. Kind of top four, top four, top five. Once the money starts really ramping up. But we've first of all got to get over this little hump, which has been going on for a little while now.
Just turned into a rather large hump.
Yeah.
Always seems to be yours, doesn't it?
So it's Kev raised, shows an ace.
Yeah.
Said it always seems to be your big blind, Chris, but nothing personal.
The lady sat there with a bowl.
Chris has maintained his stack quite well. Just seems to be taking a few little pots down. He's not been losing many.
Yes.
And Dane, obviously Dane and Leah being the most active.
Exactly. But none of them even Lee's stack there now, which is dwindled quite considerably. He's playing now. What's he got? 600, 700, about 800. Eight. Yes. Yeah. It's only just over average chips.
Yeah.
Dane is going to be the chip leader now at the moment, I would imagine.
Yeah. So we've had a raise from a call from Lee, is it? Well, Lee's the big blind, sorry, he's been raised by Alan to 125,000. It's folded around to
Yeah, I'd say Dane's playing about 1.5 million now.
yeah.
He's going to be our chip leader.
So Alan's raise gets through. Scoops in a very nice pot again.
Have a quick change of dealer.
So 120,000 chips in the pot before any cards have been dealt.
On we go. It's Lee's small blind and Stephen in the big blind, which means it'll be seat 3 of Dan to act first. He's playing about 450. He folds, as does Alan, who's actually Alan's playing about $1 mil.
Is he?
Yeah. Because they're in 20s, so he's got a stack of 25s at the front, is $500,000. 3 along the back is 800,000. 9 on top plus a little bit more, so he's playing about $1 million.
Didn't realise he got them. Snuck that one through.
Well, actually, the thing is, it doesn't need to be any major hands now. As you were just saying when you were working the numbers out, we're still 9-handed, so there's 120k in the middle.
Yep.
Before we even do anything here, so you only need to take down a couple of pots uncontested, and all of a sudden you've added $500,000, a quarter million to your stack, very, very easily here.
I think that's what I'll be going for at this stage of the thing.
Yeah, and there's 6.75 million chips in play.
Somebody's going to have to make a move, so there's no other way about it. It can't keep going like it is.
Exactly.
Someone's going to snap eventually.
Yep. The thing is, I thought it was going to be Lee when he's been the aggressor, but he's got his fingers burnt a couple of times
Yeah.
now. Even paying off the 200k to Dane
Yeah.
with the last hand where Dane had the queens.
Yep.
You know, it's costly.
It
at
is,
this
yeah.
point, because they are where they are. It's a costly situation.
There we go, got an all in from Kylie. She's moved her remaining chips across the line.
Well, let's see whether anyone's going to call. It's Lee. Lee says I'm all in from the button. So it's Stephen's small blind. He folds. Dan's big blind. And he folds. So Kylie has 7-6 offsuit and is up against pocket eights. So the 7-6 is at risk. Here we go. And it's deuce king 5. Going to need a little bit of help on the turn here. 10 is not going to do it, and that's
There
going to
we
be
go.
it. And we're going to lose Kylie in 9th place. Very well played to her. Superb effort from her.
Was it camouflage? Possible to get that chair out? Sometimes it's better to have it all in with a hand like that. Well, yeah, because if she didn't hold with any ace, then the wire is. I've got the worst anti-shot because I'm blocking the straight out.
You take the card, just here. Normally, the boss
On we go. 8 players left.
Can't get me, got this million. He got up to 1.3 down to 7, up to 1.3. Back to a million again now. And 10s are out. Anybody but that shoves them out the corner. I've always had it out. Never ever do that. I think that's justice though, isn't it? Yeah, you'd rather that. You'd rather what just happened than the original do it. Yeah, that's justice. That's fair. I don't think it's fair if I was in your shoes. I'd rather they shot the ace queen. Yeah, that's true. But it's better than you losing.
I miss one today.
All that effort to move 4 inches.
I know. It makes such a difference. The difference 4 inches make how many hours it was apparently.
I've heard it all before.
The missus says it's enough. But I wouldn't want it much wider. That's not the way the tips have been set out.
Then again, it's quite a long clock.
It's actually pretty easy. There's a lot with like, I don't know, there's a lot of like 700, 800 just not quite shoving every hand territory. I'll go into the course, fold them on a little bit. Not much now really. Yeah.
James, your birthday on the 11th of November.
Oui.
Same day as Mark Paulson.
It's the second day as well.
How do you know all these things? Day before Brian Martin.
We've been to each other.
Just skiving. 4 after. Right.
So that
Will you play Portugal? Will you play Portugal?
I'll be in Portugal in June. Possibly go well.
How you doing?
Dane picked up queens again. Seems to like that hand.
Ramsey's too.
About 1 million. Just over.
So my son, I drove from Reading back to Liverpool.
And kiss, please.
I checked. First thing I changed was NPC.
So lucky that. Catch you later, Paul. Take it easy.
Where's all in?
Dan's all in. And just got the blinds to get through. And Stephen's asking for a count. She's 421,000. Stephen says very pretty, shows Jack 9. And Dan had Jack 10. Good fold from Stephen. Very disciplined. So round we go. Alan is under the gun. He folds, as does Kev, as does Dane. Luke next to At folds. Chris in seat 10. What's Chris going to do? He folds as well. It's Lee's button this time, and he folds. So we're blind on blind. And all in is the call from Stephen. Dan shows a 5, and I think that was the best of it. So he folds, and Stephen shows ace 4, and on we'll go to the next hand. Kev is all in from the big blind after a raise from Lee, who's raised it to 150,000. And Lee's going to fold. And Kev will take down that pot.
Out of pair again. Oh, good everyone is. My mate's just texted me. Everyone's hand them one.
Where's Aline?
I think most of the table after we've got the biggest ever cash.
What you say?
I don't know how good everyone is. My mate's just texted me. Everyone's hand them details. I think most of the table after the biggest ever cash.
Guys, should we have a 10-minute break at the end of this hand?
I'm bloody set most.
So Luke is all in here, under the gun, and it's just Dane to get through in the big blind. And he folds, showing the ace of clubs. Right, players are taking a 10-minute break here, so we will do exactly the same. We'll keep the stream on. So join us back here in 10 minutes.
Here's the floor one to make chip raise, no?
They were just discussing, I think 1,000 is the same. So
Yes.
what do you agree? 1,000 staying on?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 6,000. We've got 6,000 answers.
Yeah, no, there is no 6 now.
Oh, you just have to answer for a job. How's that work?
Color up at least, no?
Say that again, sorry.
Color up or something, no? They don't want to, they want to live.
I think he wants to get rid of these, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I'll receive it then.
I'll check.
Thank you.
Got a bit fruity.
Alright, so I think they're getting rid of the 1Ks. Yeah, make a bit cheaper of the 1,000. Maybe make a color up of the thing, no? Yeah.
Let's destroy it, shall we?
Yeah, me and you just walk over like, destroy it all. Yeah. They will stay here all the night.
Sorry, ref is terrible. So we are roasting the thousands. At short notice. Who's buying them?
One of them. The other one.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, 5Ks. Yeah, 160. fucked up this shit before because we got given a load of monkeys and.
Alright.
Okay, so.
That's good. Right, take a break, because the quicker you have a break, quicker.
You going, you?
Someone's about to go home.
Another one. There's no play, man. Not put the anchor. He's tried telling me it's wrong up there. Changed it from 6k to 10k. Have you just done it to get the ones off the table? So no, it's wrong up there. There's no way you're playing.
100.
Yeah, yeah. There's no way you're playing. Where's the yellows? What's changed to the yellows? 30-60, I think. Yeah, yeah, that's what showed me what you took. Last time you got it wrong, so we need to check. You got it wrong. Oh, we've changed it to.
You
got
had
6k on there at the
160
moment.
on yellow. I take 14
Yeah,
back, and you have 200.
Well, they've got it now.
Turns
They've
out
taken the
they
ones
take
off.
Yeah, it's just
100.
last time we changed it all, and the 100k went missing. We had to get it back.
So this
I wanted to.
We were
Five
6
to 10
eyes to
basically.
check also.
It was last
No
time.
worries.
It was last time.
5 now, they've reduced to 5.
God, they've changed it to the ones off. He's trying to tell me it's wrong up there. I said, no, it's not. So that's a structure, 30-60 and 6k. That's the right structure. I said, you just changed it to the one off. Changed it to 10k.
500.
Thank you.
It's getting so big that clients now, it's going to turn into a shut place.
Yeah, don't do that. Everyone is. He's only got 28.
I've got about 12 bigs now. I thought 700k was not too bad.
Bit of bingo now, is it?
I'm small blind this time. I was big blind last time before break.
Yeah, you should them with a gun.
Right, should we do an off the table deal then?
What do you think we gave you the break for? No, we just sort out in this photo. Gave us a break to alter the structure and take off the 6k out and change it to 10k. We changed it to 5k to 6k. Oh, changed to 5?
Yeah, it's
So we did live stream and I asked him about it. I said, you're just going to change the structure? The 8k is changed to 10k. He says, no, it's wrong up there. And it wasn't, was it? Because split that was 5 to the 10. So it wasn't wrong up there.
So the tail's back after the break, just getting ready to start. And one more player return. Blinds are now going up to 30,000, 60,000 with a 5k ante. I'm joining.
Yeah, about 1.4.
550.
No, I'm not.
725.
1,030,000. Is that right? I didn't see that.
That's a bonus, and that is.
Including that.
I didn't include my answer.
Do you know roughly how much?
650. Yeah. No one's got more than 20 wins. You know what I meant.
Yeah. So we're back in action. There's about the shuffle up and deal. Let's say the blinds are at 30,000, 60,000 with a 5k ante.
If anyone didn't just see that little bit of a card trick, we've got a professional dealer with us now. Yeah, you can do tricks and everything with the cards. This should be good. You can deal them all good cards so we can have a bit of action.
Yeah, come on. Dare you.
Just heard make bracelets. I thought that's got to be about me.
They're going to 150,000. It's folded all the way around the big blind. And we got a fold there as well. Next on the first hand off the break. So like people left, you might notice 1,000 chips have been coloured up during the break. So now we're just playing with the 25,000 and 5,000 chips. The 5,000 are in the pink and the 25,000 are black. All drawn to Kev, who makes a raise. Looks like 100,000, 125,000. See a re-raise from re-raise came from Dane. Let's fold it back around to Kev. And he's going to fold and Dane will take it down.
On we go, round and round. Chips and cards and dealer buttons and other whatnots. Oh, I've got an all in. I know. Got an all in. We have an all in, and is Dan. He's just got the blinds to get through. He gets Sue Lee, Stephen in the big blind. What's he going to do? He's got the 2 of hearts. He could have another 2. Oh, slow rolls the table, but no, he's folded. On we go.
So we had a few people talking about plans for the future for what they're going to be on APAC. We're going to Brussels. Sorry, no, we've gone to Spa in Belgium. Everyone seems pretty keen on that. There's going to be a good group.
Yeah, so I'll run you through it. Stu, as you so kindly asked, thanks very much. Allow me to plug the rest of the tour for the rest of season 11. So we're next up in Cardiff, end of September, for Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Cardiff for our Welsh Amateur Championship event. Then we're over in Spa for our European Championships of Amateur Poker, which is, I think, 5 days over in Spa, including a team event, international team event over there. So our Belgian guys are running that one. So looking forward to that.
Means you can have a
means I can play.
well-earned week off.
I'm getting to play for the first time in ages. Haven't played an APAC for
Everyone's
a long time.
happy about that. Get a bit of value in the field.
Exactly, quite agree. Luke's all in. So we'll just watch this before I continue my rundown of season 11, and now that's going to get through. So yeah, and that's in October, and October's absolutely manic actually, because I'm doing Cardiff, then I'm doing Spa, and then I'm over in Dublin for the Irish event alongside the IPO at the Regency Hotel in Dublin. That's another huge number of runners.
Yeah.
We'll get 300 plus for that for our main event over there. Then we come back to somewhere new. We're going to Reading.
Reading, yeah.
Reading South, I think it's officially called, Grosvenor Casino. But they held I think they've done a GUKPT there now, and they do regular 25-25s and the Summer Sisters and the Easter Beasts and the
So they know what they're doing.
and the Christmas crackers, all the usual stuff that that Grosvenor do. So they're there. So we're going there for the first time. So that'll be quite exciting. We did Portsmouth the first time last year, and that was brilliant with Sarah and the team down there. They were fantastic. So we always try and go to a different venue each year. So we're doing that in December, and then in the new year we have the event of the year for the players anyway, which is the team event in Blackpool.
I love the team event.
Always sold out, over applied, crazy stuff. We wish we could find a venue big enough, but we can't. But Blackpool in February is, well, it's just a delight.
Yeah. There's loads of side events there as well.
It's a stack of side events, so it should be good. Then we go up to Edinburgh, up to the Maybury, up in Edinburgh for the weekend in March, and then we conclude season 11 with the World Championships of Amateur Poker at Manchester at Bury New Road, with Lee and the team up there for 10 days of poker, 18 events, bracelet events all round, including the World Amateur Team Championships and a 3-day main event. So let's rattle through the games we're going to play in Manchester next year, Stu.
Ooh, 8 game.
Okay, I'll raise your 8 game with Crazy Pineapple.
Ooh, Irish.
Pot limit Omaha.
Round of each.
Heads up.
Oh dear. You done high low?
No, you can have high
PLO
low.
high low.
Oh, nice one. 6 max.
I've done 8 game. I can't do 8 game again. Team event.
Oh, team event. That's a little sneaky one to throw in there. Cheeky. I like it. We will go back at you with a high roller.
Main event.
Irish.
Done Irish.
Yes,
I've
so
won.
Crazy Pineapple. Which one didn't we
Done
do?
that as well, haven't we?
Done that as well. Is that the lot then? Have we done 18?
Raz.
Oh, we might do Raz. Don't know. Raz or Stud, maybe one or the other. Yeah, we might do. So we might put Raz or Stud. People like
Raz.
it. They
Everyone
moan,
likes Raz. Though. It's a bit
they moan when we don't
different,
do it. Anyway, Chris is all in. Under the gun +1. Actually, under the gun +2 because Dane has raised it up originally to 125, and Chris has gone all in for what is about 750 roughly, about 750,000. Actually, a bit more than that, probably about 800, near 800, I reckon. And Dane's going to fold. Yeah, so all of those events. Oh, you thought another one, have you?
One more. Champion of Champions.
With this year, we are doing a Champion of Champions this year. Yes, we are.
It's I can't play it.
11.
Banging on about this event for years, and now I'm in Florida. My mother was.
We've basically got 10 seasons of champions. We've run about 10 events a year, so we've probably got about 100 or so champions, and we're inviting all of them to come back to Manchester to play a Champion of Champions event this year in our 11th season. So yeah, that's all happening in Manchester. It's really cool up there because there's loads of space, big card room, hotels.
Really
hotels are cheap. You can go on to apat.com/WCOAP and you will see last year's schedule. This year's schedule hasn't been quite finalised yet, but you can see last year's schedule. It'll give you a good idea of what's there. All of the side events are £50 buy-ins. Main event is 100 buy-in, so nothing crazy. You can satellite in on the chip. Our satellites at the moment, we run 2 satellites, on one on a Thursday, one on a Sunday, with £150 APAT Live credit guaranteed on each one, which is a £30 buy-in. You can stack those up. So you could start winning some of those now, build up some credit, get yourself, I don't know, 300, 450, 600 worth of APAT credit. That could pay for your entire week of buy-ins in Manchester. Plus, also, we'll give you anything back that you don't spend as cash at the venue towards your expenses if you played a live event. So, massive opportunity, yeah. So, we have an all-in from Dane. It's been raised up by Kev on the small blind, and Dane has gone all in from the big blind. Kev made it 130,000. At some point, this is going to tip. Somebody's going to do it.
Can't keep on folding the 3-bet jams. Somebody's going to.
And it's not being critical of it, or not critical of any one player, because a number of the players have been doing it. So, at some point, somebody's going to snap it back. Is it going to be Kev this time? That's the question.
Nope.
And he's going to fold. So whilst I'm finishing off my spiel about so obviously we're partnered with Grosvenor Casinos for the 2nd season in a row. So Grosvenor's online satellite structure, right? Best way to describe it is awesome.
Yep.
Right. Starts at 25 pence, then goes to £5, then goes to £30. Now at £30, you've got a choice of what you want to do. You can use your £30 to try and play an APAT satellite. You can play a GUPT satellite. You can play a 25-25 satellite. You can play a Goliath satellite when they're around for next year. Or you can play the Easter Beasts, Summer Sizzlers, or Christmas Cracker ones as well. All from 25p. The 25p £5 ones run on the hour and the half hour every evening. They've got guarantees on them. I'll let you into a little secret. They don't always make the guarantees.
Yep. Right, so you could settle in with 25 pence and win the £88,000 for winning the Goliath?
Yeah, you could spin it all the way up. I mean, there's plenty of guys now that are playing the 25p and the £5 ones because they're just good value, and you just smash it, win your tokens. The tokens never expire with Grosvenor.
So we've got an all-in?
You can do that, and all-in is
from Dan.
And its next to act is Alan. So Dan's got to get through, and it's a button, and Kev is all in on the button, and it's just the blinds to get through. Dane folds, and Luke at the top of the table is folding as well. So we've got an all in the call, and it's King Queen of Spades for Dan, and it's Ace Jack of Clubs for Kevin. It's going to be the King Queen at risk here. So let's see the flop. And it's 3-7-9 with 1 spade. 6 of clubs is no good. It's going to need to be a king or a queen. And a 9 on the river is not going to be good. And we're going to lose Dan in 8th place position. Very well played to him. So Dan departs in 8th place, pocketing £600 for his trouble, which means all the guys here now are guaranteed minimum cash of 780. Next jump after that, and we hit the four figures. We hit 1,050 for sixth place, and they're all still very focused on the £8,870 up top.
Luke's moved all in from the small blind. Fold from Chris. So blinds are still 30,000, 60,000 with a running ante of 5,000. We're now seven-handed. So min cash is 780 now for the remaining 7 players. So it's folded all the way around, and so Lee is all in from the small blind. Stephen's having a look, seeing whether he likes the first card he's saying. What do you think of the second card?
I've got to be safe. I can't swear, can I?
So they're busy chatting about the hands now. Stephen's asking him to name one card honestly. I'm not sure. Is a poker player ever going to answer that question honestly?
How much is it?
So we're just getting a count on Lee's stack.
Ace queen. Well, you haven't got a decent hand either.
You've got one good card, tell me what it is, I'll tell you if you like or not.
395.
So 495 is the count. And Stephen's going to fold. So Lee shows King Jack. Even with all the chatting, chips don't go in the middle. And we move on.
It was entertaining. First bit of
Chances are when you say, "Oh, that's good," it's good news to me. When you say that.
So on we go, next hand, and Kev folds, Dane folds, Luke folds, as does Chris. So we're around to Lee, so we're blind on blind. Stephen in the small. And the board is Queen, Deuce, Jack. And it's a bet of 80,000. Gets called. So they're both going to see the 5 of clubs on the turn.
Check.
Yes.
Me too.
We're looking for the 9.
Wow.
I bet would have got through.
I'd nearly bet the river. But I did that the other day and got called, so I thought, no, it's not worth it.
That's tricky.
Seems to have loosened up a bit, Stu.
yeah, there's a bit more chat going on around the table, and good to see.
So raise under the gun from Dane. And falls round. So on we go. Another 20 minutes left of this level, and it's Kev's small blind, Dane's big blind, which means it'll be Luke to act first this time. Luke's top of the table in the left-hand view that you're watching at home, and he folds. Chris gets out of the way as well. Round we go to Lee. He folds. Stephen next to act. He folds. As does Alan. And so we're blind on blind, and Kev raises it up from the small blind. Makes it 130,000. And Dane's made the call. So the blinds are going to see a flop. 6-6-3. And Kev's going to fire out. $150,000 is the bet. And that's good enough. Dane thinks he might have been in front, but
You gotta pay.
Oh, you think you're in front of mine?
absolutely.
You needed a pair. Oh dear. Nice job. Did you finish?
Four left in the Omaha side event. Top prize over there is 1,600, I think it is.
Four was one of the superstars of last year's World Series of World Amateur Championships.
So round we go, folding again, and we're on Kev's button, and he's folded, and Luke's going to get a walk with, didn't look like very much, makes a difference.
What did you show in the blind?
8-4 he showed in the big blind, but it was enough.
That's been the 4, that's all.
So with blinds at 30,000, 60,000, running onto your 5,000, average stack now is 960,000. So these guys is playing at 16 bigs. It's been playing at that sort of level now for most of this final table. Start of the day, we were playing, average stack was about 40 bigs. It gradually worked its way down. Pretty shallow stacks now, really, Stu, on average.
Because it has been an exceptionally tight final table to start off with. We've played for a good few hours. I presume, I don't know how it is now, but it felt like a few hours worth of very tight play. So
absolutely. So we fold around to Dane's button, and he raises it up. And Luke's folds in the small blind, so it's just Chris in the big blind, who's been pretty quiet for the past couple of levels.
Hasn't he?
Come on, someone call me. This one is, come on.
320.
Is that a nod, yes?
320. Oh, you have 350, didn't you? Sorry. I know you have 325 on the 25 on it. It's way better. Like it's mine. We have 320.
Come on, call me, call me. But I want to say call me, just call me.
Call.
King Queen, I didn't want to hear that.
So, Ace Queen against Ace 9. And 5-4-5 certainly gives chop opportunities. And 3 on the turn, it means it's going to need to be the Ace on the river, means the Queen's going to play, and Stephen's going to get a double up through Lee. Ace Queen against Ace 9. And that's leaving Lee on not quite fumes, but pretty much.
Good job playing the deal like all good poker players do. Always the dealer's fault.
So it's leaves
I'd rather just put a queen on the flop.
leaves Lee with about 3 bigs.
Yeah, alright mate. I've not sit back.
So you kind of would assume if this falls round to Lee's small blind, it's probably going in.
Yes.
If it even gets there. Well, it's just got Chris on the button to get through. Chris is looking across to seeing what's going on. Chris says, I'm all in from the button. Lee's going to fold. Stephen.
Live main event on this time. On the second day. Yeah. So that's the only reason I'm not going to call.
Stephen tables 2-3 of clubs. Says the only reason he didn't make the call is because that was his exit hand in the Goliath in day 2. Otherwise, I think the chips were going in the middle.
One person to get to in the big blind wasn't at his seat. The small blind called me 10 big blinds with Jack Queen.
So on we go. It's Stephen in the small blind and Alan in the big blind this time, which will be Kev to act first. Kev's playing a stack now of about 1.5, just over 1.5 million.
I would have to call. I would have done the blind call.
And round we go folding. Luke and Chris, so it's the button of Lee. And the chips are going in the middle. Lee declares all in for about 5 million, he reckons.
I think my
This doesn't appear to be the side of table to be on, does it? I was going to ask you to move up and I'll sit there, but...
I don't know. You've got a.
No, I wasn't talking to myself. Yeah, I'm all right, but it's the everyone else has gone from this side.
Oh yeah. So you're saying I'm going next?
No. We'll see. The amount of
Four want to complain. We've been given the unlucky side of the table.
raise.
So apologies for that, for anyone, hopefully those that 40 odd of you that are still watching this, but the arena Wi-Fi appeared to kick off at midnight. Clearly a Cinderella story, but I've managed to get us back up onto stream via a mobile device, but hopefully it'll stay good enough for us and we'll have a strong enough signal to keep this playing all the way down to a winner.
Did exactly what it did last night. Midnight went off. Now I'm on my phone. Yeah. I'm going to be charging whatever my bill is. So to be honest, it should be good because I'm on a 20 gig package for work. So we're streaming up at 2 meg a second. So check. I think I worked it out. To do a whole weekend, if we ever needed it, we needed like 40 gig for an entire weekend.
So you managed to fix the latest issues.
The red warning lights have all gone off, so hopefully we're good here. Once again, apologies for those of you watching at home. Hopefully your stream should be back up and running now. If not, just, well, there's no point me telling you to refresh because you won't be able to hear this, but yeah. If anyone else is having problems, just tell them to do the same. Just refresh.
Probably would. That's great, thank you. Yeah, no, you're right.
Alan Haycock's got a good look message from Andrew Stott. He's watching from he's from Flard, watching in Alford.
How much? Now you've got some chips. How much is it, sorry? 135. 125. Cool. Check.
So Alan and Chris have checked this all the way down. And Chris says he's got an ace, and that is good enough. And after Lee complaining about the dealer so much, we've got to change the dealer. It's too late though, because Lee's no longer here. But on we go. This will be the last hand of level 25, with blinds at 30,000, 60,000, and a running ante of 5,000. And it's a raise by Dane under the gun to 125,000. Luke folds and Chris folds, as does Stephen and Alan, and it's just Kev in the big blind that makes up the big blind, and we're going to see a flop, and it's 5-4 king. It'll be Kev to act first. He checks,
as does Dane. And it's the 9 of diamonds on the turn. And Kev bets out 125,000. And Dane's going to make the call, so both players are going to see the river, which is another 9. It's 9 of clubs this time. And Kev is reaching for some chips, and the bet looks to me like 205, and straight away says call. Shows a queen, and it's a pair of 10s for Dane, and Dane's going to take down that pot. So we're now playing level 26 with the blinds of 40,000, 80,000 with a running ante of 10,000. So average chip stack is 1.1 million, but that's still now only 13, a little bit more than that actually. 14 big blinds. And Luke is all in under the gun. Chris folds. As does Stephen, as does Alan, as does Kev. Dane says no. He's out the way. So rough chip count. Stephen has got approximately about 420,000. Alan's playing 1.1. Kev has 735. Dane has 1.3. 600. Luke has got, and Chris is playing the rest, which I think is probably our chip leader at the moment, quite comfortably. 1.8, 1.9. So Steve's playing 500k with blinds at 40,000 and 80,000. So Chris folds under the gun. And Stephen says, I'm all in for what is 510,000. And he's not going to get any action at all, whatever he might have had. Oh. He's shown me, but I won't say anything.
Damn, I needed a caller there.
But he said, God damn, he needed a caller. Work it out for yourself, folks. So on we go. It's going to be Luke in the small blind, Chris in the big blind here, which means it's going to be Stephen to act first. So it's an initial raise here from Alan, and Luke is all in, and Alan says I call. Luke has got ace jack, and Alan has ace queen of diamonds, so it's the ace jack that is at risk here. We're going to see the flop. And it is 5 queen 10. The queen's hit top pair, but obviously the ace jack now has a gut shot. And it hits it on the turn, and looking at a chop, but it doesn't happen, and Luke is going to get a full double up. We're just going to count that up now. 400, 555,000. Tom Brady is just being sent out of the arena for the line, cool hand Luke.
I don't know which rock he's crawled out from
Yeah,
under
I
from
mean,
here,
really,
honestly.
seriously, for those of you who didn't hear, that was Tom Brady used the line, cool hand Luke. So it's a double up for Luke. Alan very unlucky there with the turn card.
Tom likes to turn up and drop
Can't
these
do any
little
more
bombs
than
and then
get it in with
disappear
you
again.
ahead at this point in the tournament. I've got some of Luke's rail here who are waiting for him to bust so they can actually get in the car to drive to Cornwall. What time are you guys planning on thinking you're going to get home?
Well, it was going to be about 3:30. It's now looking like God knows when, since he's just doubled up practically.
Even his rail wanted him to bust then, yeah.
No, we didn't really, Luke. Cool hand, Luke.
So, moving round we go, and Kev is all in. And Dane's folded. What's Luke going to do with his newly found chips on the button? And he folds just the blinds to get through. Chris in the small blind, and it's Stephen in the big blind. He's looked at his first card. No, not keen. And Kev will stack up those chips, and on we go again.
Want to give them away after you just won them?
No. Very tempting.
Probably have two opens.
So on we go. Kev folds under the gun. Dane folds. Round we go to Luke. And he's going to fold. So it's Chris's button this time. And our chip leader is reaching for some of the black 25k chips. And he makes, I think, 175,000. He does. And Stephen folds in the small blind. And it's Alan in the big. He folds as well. And our chip leader adds to his stack. And off we go again. So for those that may be just joining or not kept up to date, the 7 players left. All these 6 players left. Yeah, all these players are guaranteed now over £1,000. 1,050. That goes 1,450, 2,220, 3,620, 6,070, and top prize today is £8,870 plus a 550 GQPT seat, and obviously gold medal and title of UK Amateur Poker Champion for season 11. Stu's impressed because I got all that in before the payout screen changed.
I was watching. You can see that guy ticking down.
So Alan is all in, and Kev says he calls. Alan's got 10-9, and Kev has pocket aces, and it's going to be the 10-9 that is at risk here. Here we go. Here comes the flop, and it's 5-3-9. So he's hit with 9. Needs another 9 or a 10, and a 10 on the turn. Needs to avoid the board pairing the other way, and it doesn't. And
oh dear.
And Alan hits 2 pair. And it's 465,000 is the count.
That's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
You can't ask for any more than aces in the big blind and getting shoved into, but not when they flop 2 pair. Absolutely nothing you can do at this point in the tournament.
That would have tested my patience.
The turn card has been brutal the past past orbit or so. So that's going to leave Kev very much as our short stack now, playing about 360,000, which is still four bigs. He's in the small blind this time, and Dane's in the big, which means it's going to be Luke to act first. And he counts up a few 25s, but then just says I'm all in. Chris folds, Stephen folds, Alan folds.
He's moved all in. Round to Luke in the big blind. He's going to let it go as well, so Stephen will take down the pot. Ooh. Enjoying these little like whole cans again of Stephen here. Oh, Lucy does the typing, we don't do typing. We're above typing, aren't we, Lee?
Got a mate of mine said 10% equal we're going to play the main event. And I goes, oh, okay then.
Stephen has folded under the gun, which means we're around to Alan. And he says I raise 200,000. Puts 2 stacks of the pink chips. It should be 20 high. In the middle. Dealer double checks that, and they are. So Chris is all in from the big blind, our chip leader. It's very much applying pressure. Decisions back on Alan. Alan's got about 750,000 behind. Alan's on the right hand of your screen, the bottom right screen. And he's sat back, riffling some chips. Difficult decision for him. It's his tournament life at risk if he makes the call.
Yeah.
Obviously, with 6 players left now, so he's locked up just over 1,000. But still, there's 8,000 up top. Laddering possibilities. But if he makes a fold now, he's leaving himself about 10 bigs. behind, which is
there's a
still
couple of very small
yeah.
stacks.
There are,
though, isn't
that's
there,
the thing. That's the thing he's got to look at is there are two much shorter stacks.
So I see implications in there.
Absolutely. And is it just the chip leader looking to bully at this
Yeah.
point in the tournament, putting his foot down?
He hasn't really done that to the rest of it, though, has he? So
No. Again, I've seen one of his cards whilst he was thinking. Can't say anything on the stream because that's unfair. But it's clearly got a decision to make. If I'm honest, if I am Chris now, I'm potentially will have called the clock by now. I know it's late on in a tournament and it's your tournament life, but still.
yeah. Give him one of the shorter stacks to do as well.
I mean, my thought here is the longer he thinks about it, the more chances he's going to fold.
Yeah.
And he does fold.
Call if I'm not short, don't you?
So Chris adds to his stack.
Chris said good fold, so he might be.
So our chip leader adds to his chips, and that's going to put him now comfortably up over the 2 mil. 2 mil mark. There are 6.75 million chips in play.
Healthy position to be in. Very healthy.
450 runners in our UK Amateur Poker Championship started the day yesterday with 15,000 starting stack. We're now up lines of 40,000 and 80,000. So it's Chris's small blind and Stephen in the big blind, and it's been folded by Alan and Kev and Dane and Luke, so we're round to the blinds with Chris eyeing up. He says, I'm all in from the small blind. Very simply going to be a case of what's Stephen woken up with. He says, I call. He says, I call. So it's 6-4 of diamonds for Chris. It's ace-10 of clubs for Stephen. It's the ace-10 that is at risk, blind on blind. Here comes the flop. And it's 8-3-10 with 1 diamond. And the 5 gives an up and down straight draw opportunities now for Chris. And the jack on the river is no good. And Stephen's going to get a full double up through our chip leader. $670,000 is the count for Stephen. So on we go. It's going to be Stephen with his nice new chip stack in the small blind, Alan in the big, which means it will be Kev to act first, who is our short stack now at this final table. So Kev's all in, under the gun. And Dane folds and Luke folds. Chris has asked for a count on the button, so dealer's just going to count those out, make sure they're 20 high. They are.
420,000.
And it's 420,000 is the count. 300, yeah, 320,000. That's more like it. 320. So decision still on Chris in seat 10. And he's reaching for a stack of the black 25k chips. Counts out the 320 but folds. Stephen folds. Stephen folds in the small, and Alan folds in the big, and Kev's going to get that one through. I mean, it's 180k in the pot, so that's that's significantly added about 50% to Kev's stack.
Well worth winning. Well worth winning.
And he's just said, he said, I'm not sure if I can fold this in the big blind, so he's already setting it up.
Yeah.
So here we go. So it's Alan in the small blind and Kev in the big blind, which means it'll be Dane to act first. Gone very, very quiet.
I don't think I can fold it.
Dane's still playing about 1.2 million.
Yeah, I've got 4 big blinds.
He folds, Luke folds, as does Chris. So we're around to Stephen's button, and no, Alan.
Probably would have folded.
Alan shows 9-5 that he's folded, and Kev shows 3 deuce, which he said he probably would have folded, but I don't know whether he would. Who knows?
Fickle.
He said he wouldn't have folded, but I don't know. On we go again. It's going to be Kev's small blind, Dane in the big blind, which means it will be Luke to act first. Top of your screen on the top left there. And he folds. Round we go to Chris. And he's reaching for some chips. And he's made it 175. Stephen folds. Alan folds. Kev folds. So it's just Dane in the big blind. And looks like he's going to defend his big blind. He does. He makes a call. So it's going to be 2 players to a flop. And it comes down ace 3 king. Dane to act first. He checks. Round we go to Chris. And he makes it 175,000. And Dane makes the call. Both these guys are on the screen in the top left. It's ace of clubs on the turn. And they both checked that, so we're going to see a river. And it's the 9 of spades. And Dane is counting out 2 stacks of pinks and a couple of blacks on top, so I think that's 207, or 3 blacks on top, so 275,000. Was the dealer just double checks they're in 20s, which they are. So 275 is the bet. Chris has got his hoodie on there now, to the right of the dealer, and is deep in thought. As I look across again at Dane, does what he did last time, which was he's counted out the call. And folds. So Dane is going to win that.
Dane had nothing there. Really think he had absolutely nothing. Um,
6 times 1 in 51. Isn't that the answer is?
Statistically improbable. Stephen just says he's been dealt jack out of clubs 2 hands in a row. Wondering what the odds of that are. If anybody knows, feel free to get in touch because I haven't got the first clue.
Basically, 1 in 26 times 1 in 51.
Well, crack on,
It
mate.
doesn't really matter what the odds of of you getting it first time are.
50 actually.
Yeah.
Because the jack's out.
You. Why?
Because either the jack or 8 will be out.
It's a 150. Yeah, but it's still 1 in 51 of what's left in the deck.
Yeah, so 50 to 1. Yes, player roller. 50 that you can't get, 1 that you can
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, 1 in 51. Or yeah. So Chris is all in, under the gun. Stephen folds. Alan says I am all in. We've still got action to follow behind though, but Kev folds, Dane folds, and Luke in a big blind is going to fold as well. Alan has got ace queen, and Chris has got ace queen. So it's spades and diamonds for Chris. It's clubs and spades for Alan. This might be over on the flop. And it is over on the flop. They're going to be chopping that up.
Sit down.
Take your chips back and the dealer will do the rest.
Greatest respect, but that's annoying.
We've got a few annoying ones. Aces, cracked by 9-10. Ace queen, queen by ace jack. The 8 will sit in.
So it's going to be Stephen to act first. He folds, as does Alan, as does Kev. Round we go to Dane's button. And he raises to 200,000. Luke folds in the small blind. It's just Chris in the big blind. And shows 6 deuce, so he's going to fold.
You ever noticed how predictive text messaging is not user-friendly to poker? By the time they put any AA and AQ.
Less.
So Stephen's folded, Alan's folded, and Kev is all in for what he said is 510,000. Luke is all in from the button. We've still got the blinds to get through. Chris folds and Stephen folds. So it's King 4 for Kev, and it's pocket aces for Luke. It's the King 4 that is at risk. And on the flop, we see Jack 9 deuce. That's going to be no use. There are 2 clubs there, so potential. Because with the 4 gives options now. It needs to be a king or a 4. And it's a deuce. And we're going to lose Kev in 6th place. Very well done to him. So Kev picks up £1,050 for his trouble. And the remaining 5 players now are all guaranteed a minimum cash of 1,450.
Cool, let's play a roll in a call. Showdown, please. Jack against it.
So it's pocket 8s for Stephen and ace jack for Alan, and it's the ace jack at risk. And 3, 6, 9 is the flop. Another 9 on the turn. It's going to need to be an ace or a jack. And it's a 3, and we're going to lose Alan in 5th place. He's going to pick up £1,450. And very quickly, the cashier's desk is going to have a couple of bits of paperwork to sort out. 2 in quick succession.
Okay, it's going to be big blind on the other hand, guys.
Me to do, yeah?
I'm fine with that. If you're happy with that position, we're happy with it.
And then there were 4.
See you, man. Yeah. Not getting too unruly, are they?
If you guys want to, move around, give yourself a bit more room, feel free to do so.
Button stud.
Looks like Stephen's at a job interview at the minute with the 3 people sat down either end of the table.
Can you tell us when the next break is, please, Matt?
Next break, it'll at least be, well, we were at break end of 24, so we will
pass that in
we
again?
will be at the end of 27. So another level after this, so 55 minutes.
Antes, please, everyone, 10,000 each.
On we go. Blinds still 40,000, 80,000 with a running ante of 10,000.
You were big blind only last time you got a walk.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd put the next ante in.
Yeah.
How much is it now?
It's 10,000 for that ante and 40 for the small.
So the 4 players we have left: Stephen Wetherall in seat 2, Dane Talon in seat 7, Luke Penhaligon in seat 8, and Chris Beattie in seat 10. 3 of these guys are going home with medals. 1 is going home with £2,220.
It's 3 medals, 4 players. Top 3.
No, we're chopping up. We're chopping up the top 3.
4th place gets all the money, the rest get the medals.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I'm alright.
Yeah, it's the prestige.
So Lucy's popped the medals on the table now as we're at that point, the medal bubble. So Luke is all in after a raise from Dane in the small blind. He made it 200,000 and Luke's gone all in and Dane folds. And Luke will scoop that to the... We're loving every second of this. 4 hours, okay, that's not too bad. Well, you're certainly going to have a little bit of money in the car on your way home. Yeah. He can pay for he can pay for the fuel on the way home. I think at least he can do is that. So Stephen's first to act here, and he makes it 200,000. And Dane folds, as does Luke. It's Chris in the big blind, and he's going to fold as well. So Stephen's playing about 1.9 million now. Dane has got about 1.4. Yeah. Luke has 1.6, 1.8, and Chris 1.4. So all pretty even.
Very even.
So yeah, we've got 2 at about 1.9, 2 at about 1.4. That's pretty close to the 6.75 million in play. Just a rough idea. So Stephen gets a walk that time.
No, we just back up the 20 big blinds. Now we've got to 400. I think we nailed that one pretty well.
Yeah, it's where we should have been. So just running through the prize money now. So 4th place is £2,220. 3rd place bronze medal position is £3,620. 2nd place silver medal position is £6,070, and up top gold medal position, including a added value GUKPT seat worth £550, and then there's 8,870 on top of that as cash. Not a bad 2 days' work for a £75 buy-in, Stu.
Yeah, yeah. Nice if you can get it.
Very nice.
They could get a round of teas in, like, couldn't they? There's medals to be won here, and there's not even a cup of tea on this way, is there?
Not even a drink. That's shocking. Shocking. All the viewers out there.
Lucy will buy him. And the drinks for the table.
So the Omaha side event is heads up, and the deep and steep is down to 5. So I'm still convinced that we're going to be last to finish, which was my call at about 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, or no, earlier than that actually, about 8 o'clock.
You think that at least offer a Red Bull and driving home very tired?
All I would say is don't drive whilst tired. That's my recommendation.
There we are. You heard it here.
This road safety is brought to you by Lee Wiltshire.
I think it's safe to say that you can afford to find a hotel room for the night, even if it is just for 3 or 4 hours kip, and then drive early in the morning. I wouldn't recommend driving after a long day's poker. Unless you tell me now that you actually I live in Coventry, so.
I have a responsibility and I would.
Yeah. So Chris gets a walk. And on we go. So it's Chris in the small blind this time, Stephen in the big blind, which means it will be Dane to act first. He folds, so it's Luke on the button. And he raises, Chris folds.
How much is that?
220,000.
220,000 is the raise from Luke, and it looks like Stephen's going to make the call, which he does. So 2 players to see the flop, and it's 5 deuce 10 with 2 hearts. They both check that. So it's a 6 of diamonds on the turn, and the bet is 200,000 from Stephen. And Luke pretty quickly makes the call. So we're going to see a river here. With about 800,000 in the pot, a bit more than that, and it's another 6. And Stephen fires again, which is going to be 200 plus.
265.
And 265 is the bet on the river. So that puts this pot now over $1 million. And Luke is counting out the chips. And he makes the call.
That's cool. King high.
And it's king high.
9 and 6.
And it's a pair of 9s for Luke. And Luke is going to win that hand, which will push him into the chip lead, I think. So to act first, and he folds, and Chris folds, and Stephen says I call, so it's an option for Dane. And Dane is going to raise to 230,000. And Stephen's going to make the call, so 2 players are going to see the flop. And the flop is 3-7-10, and it's a check from Stephen. And Dane makes it 250,000. And Stephen folds. That was the last hand of level 26, so we're now going to be level 27 with blinds at 50,000. Okay, we are just going to very quickly stop the clock whilst they just do a very quick chip up.
Guys, it's not a break, don't leave. Don't leave, we're just checking your chips, changing them, and then we're restarting, yeah? Yeah, if you want to go to the toilet, go to the toilet, but...
Are you putting your chips in stacks, or do you want to do it?
No, it's fine, I'll do it.
We're taking all the 5Ks off, right?
Not all of them.
10k on here, 10k on the next. Okay, we'll just open it up for seconds. Okay.
So we need 500 for this, and just double check it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the player's happy with it, so you can bring it in if you want.
Yep.
Happy that that's 5, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
1 million, yeah.
1 million, just wait till the player comes back, yeah?
Just leave the
So,
chip, don't give it to him because he'll get mixed in otherwise.
Did you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so mate, what I'm doing is I'm taking 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 8, 9, 1 million. Yeah? Cool.
1 million, yeah. 100,000 each.
So, here's your chips. 1 million.
Yeah, no.
Derek, can I get another...
Just scroll down at the...
There
we go, there's a link to us then, so you...
It's fine, doesn't matter.
If somebody likes it already, it jumps ahead of it. So we need 1.5 here, yep. So just prepare it. Okay. Okay, and this player's got his chips.
Yeah, he's gone.
So this way he comes back and then we can...
So Derek, I'll give this to you now, yeah?
Sorry, sir?
I'll give this to you.
Yep.
And then I'll confirm this to this player and then we'll... Blind now is going to be 51 for the 10,000.
Okay, so we did say to him 3 minutes, okay, we'll have to check this in front of the players, okay?
Sure.
So that's half a minute. Guys, can somebody just watch that as well? Yes, so this guy's stacked.
Okay. So we have 100, 200, 300, and all the guys on YouTube. Log one. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 1 million. Five's not first.
Yeah, that's sticky.
And 5 is 1.5, yeah?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Okay, cheers. I'll leave this aside so there's an issue.
Yep. Okay, guys, you can restart now. 50, 100 with a 10,000 point back to you.
Right, so we just put the green 100,000 chips in play.
1,090 against everyone.
And on we go with blinds at 50,000, 100,000 with a running ante of 10,000.
100,000, please.
Did I not put my... Oh, it's there. Can I see the black on the
Yeah,
black?
the black blends in, yeah.
That's on there, sorry.
So it's folded around to Dane in the small blind. And he makes it 200,000. And Luke folds. So fold it round to Luke, who's all in from the small blind, and Chris folds in the big blind. So next hand is going to see Chris in the small blind and Stephen in the big blind, which means it'll be Dane to act first. So Luke is all in from the button this time, and Chris folds in the small blind. Stephen's big blind. Stephen says a call. So it's King Queen for for Luke, and it's King Queen for Stephen. Stephen has the both clubs, and it's a spade and a heart for Luke. And it's 2 clubs on the board. Jack 10. Deuce 5, needs to avoid a club for a chop, and we chop it up.
Made me sweat for it. Sorry? Made me sweat for it.
That's no fun unless it's a sweat.
Yeah, I guess so.
Only cool to see what you're pushing.
Yeah, not rubbish.
So Luke to act first. He folds Chris' button. He folds. And Stephen says I'm all in from the small blind.
How much is it, Michael? $1,270,000. 1.6. 1,270,000. 1.2.
So it's 1,270,000.
You're allowed one phone a friend, aren't you?
Dane wants to phone a friend to make a decision. Huh?
Gary would definitely tell me to fold. Ah, yeah, shit. Nice hand.
So Dane folds. And Stephen takes that one down. And round we go again. It's going to be Dane in the small blind this time and Luke in the big blind, which means it will be Chris to act first.
I've got to drive to Belgium tomorrow. Really? Yep.
Players all in.
Stephen. Under the gun.
Yeah, call.
Oh, Dane's called. Ball from Luke. Yeah. Chris looking pained in the big blind.
He hasn't won all in, he's just called there, so this will be the bet.
Oh, yeah. $1,185,000.
One. 1,385,000.
Got a bag of tuna left.
Fold, yeah. Okay, showdown please, both
So
players.
Chris folds, you got ace jack for Dane.
Against
Ace 10
One time.
for Stephen.
See ace 10 at risk here then.
Let's see the flop. Flop comes 9 of clubs, 7 of spades, queen of hearts, so it's still Dane ahead with the ace jack. Turn is the queen of spades. And the river is the 5 of diamonds, so Dane will take out Stephen. Exits in 4th place.
Very well played, Stephen. Well done.
Well done, mate.
So we leave Stephen in 4th, which means we have our 3 medalists.
Come on, the medals. Something to take home at least. Yeah, actually. Something to put on my Facebook. I should avoid that. Hazy.
Yeah, thinking you might be facing like 3 over 5.
Yeah, it's definite falls that one. I don't know.
100k. I've got you.
But you were
Manchester,
facing
big
3
blind.
over 5, weren't you? Yes. You weren't even fancy that. So you saw the first card.
So these guys now are all guaranteed minimum cash of £3,620.
Where's players all in?
And Luke has folded from the button, and Chris is all in from the small blind, and Dane folds. So as I was saying, £3,620 now minimum cash for 3rd place. 2nd place is £6,070, and up top is £8,870.
Place is pretty much getting more than they usually guarantee for we usually get for 1st place in a APAC main event. It's not bad.
You get for 450 runners.
Yes. Yes, it is. Nice walk there for Luke.
Did offer him as well.
10,000.
I did. I said we did our deals with you, so no, I can't do it this week. You're back in that. Oh, right.
Dane raises to 225,000. Luke folds. Dane shows ace king of hearts. Nice hand to get three-handed. Bear with us while Lee does a little bit of maintenance on the cameras. Trying to make it so you get a better view of the players, and Lucy can sit in the table and you haven't got to look at her face. So it's Chris in the big blind, Luke in the small blind. Dana back first. Dana raises up to 225,000 again. And gets two more folds. So Dane's pretty big chip leader at the minute, making it count. Lots of pre-flop raises now, three-handed. So reminder blinds of 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 running ante. Fold on the button from Luke. It's on Chris now. He's going to give Dane the walk. Continues to add those chips. He's a bit of a juggernaut at the minute. He's running away. So Luke in the big blind, Chris moves all in. Dane folds pretty much quicker than Luke. No, Chris's chips went in and Luke follows suit. Dane folds first up to act. So small blind is now Luke. And he's going to give Chris the walk. Shows deuce three. Dane declares he could beat that, which is not that much of a shock, but they were getting some grief off his rail. Laptop bin picture, Lucy. So gone all in from Chris. In the small blind. Dane in the big blind. So a good count with stack to see how much it's going to cost him. No, he's going to let it go. So Dane makes the raise from the small blind at 225. Luke makes the call in the big blind, so we're going to see a flop.
Heads up.
Block comes Jack of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 3 of hearts. Dane checks and is checked behind by Luke. 2 of spades on the turn, Dane again quickly checks. Luke follows suit, so the river card is the Queen of Diamonds. And he goes check, check again. Ace deuce plays ace 5, deuces win. So Dane will take the pot. 500k pot there. Just about.
No pot's a small pot anymore.
No.
Not with 180,000 in the middle before we even start. If you're going to get to even seeing a flop, it's 230 in the middle. With minimum bet being 100, so yeah, you only need 1 min bet and a call, and you're there at 500,000. 6.75 million chips in play in total. These 3 guys have more between them. So Dane is our chip leader now, with Luke in second place, and Chris is our short stack. Chris has got about 900,000. Luke has got about 1.5 million. And Dane has the rest, which is somewhere around 4 million.
Run over this a little bit now. Dane raises up to 225 again. Gets it, shows ace king again. Chris, in the small blind. Dane shakes his head, throws his cards to the dealer.
King 5.
Chris shows king 5.
Nice, players only.
Chris gets another shove through and he'll take down the blinds.
Where in my calendar is it? It'll have to go there for now.
Players only.
It's not showing me my battery usage. Running up the
Nice. Players only.
Raised to 225,000 by Luke from the button, and Chris has gone all in from the small blind. Luke's asked for a count, which our dealer is expertly doing as I speak.
1,025,000.
1,025,000. Sounds like something from Austin Powers. 1,025,000. So he's already bet 225,000, so it's another 800,000 to make the call. It is probably half his stack. He's made the call, so it's ace-9 of spades for Luke, and it's pocket sevens for Chris. It's the pocket sevens that are at risk here. So let's see the flop. And it's 3 ace-6, so the ace is hit. Chris is going to need a 7. Only a 7 is going to do. And it's a 3 on the river, and we're going to lose Chris in third place. Very well played to him. We'll get photos organised of Chris with his bronze medal.
when he can.
Small like big blind, can't be big blind twice. Button stairs for the next bit.
Hey, nice play, mate. Thank you.
Do you do antes and heads up play? Do you do antes and heads up play or not? So you drop antes now.
Over in the main stand, the main stand,
Yeah, blinds are still 50, 100,000, no antes and play. Then button was here last time, so you can't be big blind twice. So button will be here.
So we are now heads up. At that point, we drop the antes from the.
Where's 225?
Brilliant, well played, Chris. Well done. So well done to Chris.
Cheers, man.
There's no antes with my heads up.
Oh yeah.
We are down to 2. On the left of the screen is Dane Talon, and on the right is Luke Penhaligon. Both of these now guys are guaranteed second place money of £6,070. Up top is 8,870 plus a GUKPT seat. So these guys effectively now paying for £2,800 plus a GUKPT seat. Is the difference between first and second, and obviously the colour of the all-important medals. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000. We drop the antes heads up just to speed the game up. And it's a raise from Dane. He makes it 225,000. And Luke makes the call, so we're going to see a flop. And it's 8 of clubs, Queen of spades, 3 of spades. They both check that, and it's the 8 of spades on the turn. It's a check from Luke. And Dane is going to bet 225,000, and that's enough. He will take that down. From Luke, and that gets through. So rough chip counts, Dane's roughly playing about 4.3 million, and Luke is playing about 2.4. See you again. So it's a raise from Dane to 400,000 after 500,000, should I say, after gone all in. And Dane folds. And just that one hand there is probably going to bring them fairly close together now on chip count. Dane's still with a little bit of a lead, but not very much in it at all now. So they're both sat with somewhere just over 30 bigs. And Dane raises to 225,000. And Luke folds. What's nice to see so far in this heads up, Stu, is the guys are raising. They're playing poker.
Yeah, they're both not been afraid to. Since he got 300, Dane's been playing quite well. He's been really quite aggressive. He's not afraid to make the raise.
No, definitely not. And it's a raise from Luke to 225.
Cool.
And it's a call by Dane, so we're going to see a flop. And the flop is 6 deuce. And Luke bets 275,000. And Dane raises it to 700,000. And Luke folds.
You need to start wearing the like collapsible tables around you. Yeah, then
Dane's raised it up.
Cool.
Luke's made the call, so we're going to see another flop. And it's King, Ace, Jack. And it's a bet from Dane, and Luke folds. It's all about a bit of momentum on a heads up, Stu.
Yeah, they're both fighting for it at the minute, aren't they?
We are talking a little bit softly because we're very wary that it's now very quiet in the in the room, and we're quite close to the players, so we're kind of pretty much just stating facts at the moment. Whilst these guys play and decide who is going to be crowned UK Amateur Poker Champion for season 11. So Luke's raised it up to 225,000, and Dane's made the call. So we're going to see another flop, Stu.
Comes down. Jack of clubs, 9 of clubs, 7 of clubs. Check, check. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Dane checks again. Luke follows suit. And the river is the 7 of spades. Dane reaching for some chips. $250,000 is a bet. Actions on Luke. He raises. And Dane will fold, and Luke takes on a nice pop.
Change a dealer?
Yes, we do.
Yes, Michael, thanks. Hi, how are you? Pretty good so far.
Dane, which has been called by Luke, so we're going to see another flop. And it's 3 ace 5, 2 diamonds. You kind of get the feeling this is just waiting for two hands to clash here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Because they're certainly not scared of getting some chips in. It's a bet from Dane, and Luke folds. But Dane is slowly nibbling away at Luke's stack.
Yeah.
And they'll get to a point where Luke will make a stand.
You just keep on throwing the 3 betting when they're not afraid to play down the streets.
No, they both, to be honest, it seems the aggressor at the moment is quite happy to continue bet.
Yeah.
And there's not been much playing back after that. We had the one hand about 4 or 5 hands ago, but that's been pretty much it. So far, it's pretty much been a continuation bet's got through. But again, it's Luke raising, so I don't think there's not been a hand that's not yet been raised so far. This time, though, Dane doesn't want to call, so.
Yeah, I like the aggression heads up, but there's occasionally nothing wrong with just throwing in the odd call there and seeing what your opponent does.
No, exactly.
Minutes until the blind levels increase again. We go up to 60,000, 120,000.
Say typical. Just let's say that, and it's a walk. I don't know. Do you even call it a walk heads up, or is it more like a step?
Yeah, a stumble. Isn't it?
Stumble. Yeah. From Luke to 225,000, and Dane has re-raised to 625,000, and Luke folds. So just as I was saying, to confirm, these guys have now locked up over £6,000, £6,070. The winner gets 8,870. So they're effectively playing for £2,800 plus a £550 GUKPT seat. That's the difference between second and first, and obviously the colour of the medal from silver to gold. So it's a raise to 225 from Dane, and it's called by Luke. So we're going to see another flop. And it's King Ace 9. And we get a check by Luke, which is bet out by Dane with a continuation bet, and Luke folds. Pretty much as I was saying, it's fairly consistent.
You say Dane is again nibbling away here.
So we've got a flop of 8, ace 5, and Luke has bet out 325, and Dane says I'm all in. And Luke folds. That's the first bit of aggression we've had back against a continuation bet, Stu.
Yeah.
And that's really
It's a big
now,
one there.
now that's the pressure piled on Luke, because he's playing now about
500. He's probably playing about 1.5 million.
Oh, right. Just for your... Okay. No, you've got 60, you've got 60, 120. 60, 120.
Yes, no, make 60 and 120. Blind up.
So you know now we are heads up. Clock is down 30 minutes.
Right, okay. Do you want to buy one of these? It's going to get awful, isn't it? For you haven't got enough?
Chip place. And I'll go chip race with a quick cover. Guys, the blinds are now 60, 120.
Yeah, yeah. No, you can't take the 5Ks if it's 120.
Exactly. Yeah, we can take some off. You can take a few off, but yeah, but you're going to still... Just pretty quickly on this, okay?
Now we're heads up. The blinds are now 30-minute levels, but we're in level 28 with blinds at 60,000 and 120,000.
Button shares, eh? I've got to think what the new raise is now.
Dane's just got to work out what the new raise is. I think Luke has got about 1.4 million now, which means it's all in the call. So it's 8-5 offsuit for Luke, and it's pocket tens for Dane. So if we can just get those into camera shot, we'll be away to go. Over here, over here. Lovely. That's perfect. So it's the 8-5 at risk. Let's see the flop. And it's Queen 8-8. Dane is going to need to hit a 10, otherwise Luke is going to get a double up. Here comes the turn.
Oh my
another 8 is quad 8. That wraps that one up. So here
Jesus
comes the river, but Luke is going to get a full double up. And a 6 on the river. So Luke back in the game. Shoves with 8-5, gets called.
Must be nice.
And we're just going to count that up. $1.55? Yeah, so it's 1.55 million. Up to 3 million, which means they're not far off level again. It's going to be 3 million for Luke and about 3.7 million for Dane. And off we'll go again. And we're going to have a quick change of dealer because everyone wants to go home, so you shouldn't be dealing quads, not this time of night.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
she
you.
doesn't care. She's like, you can have quads. It's fine.
I think you should boot the dealer, mate.
On we go, yeah, on we go.
He's still awake.
He hasn't got his head around the time delay yet, has he?
Oh, right. I see what you mean.
So for those of you watching at home, yeah, quads in the early hours of a Sunday morning, Monday morning. Where are we now? Monday morning.
I think it's about Friday.
Wow. One day rolls into another, and Dane makes it 325,000 to go, and Luke folds.
Race to 335.
So Luke raises it up to 335,000. And it looks like a re-raise from Dane to 850,000. And Luke folds.
Race 325.
They sound awful, them green chips, don't they? Sound like hollow.
Race to 335.
So Luke makes it 335. And Dane's going to fold.
Still got a bit of a chip lead here, hasn't he? Got a lot of blacks there.
Yeah, it's about 4 million, 2.75.
Race to 325.
And Dane raises to 325, which seems to be the standard raise by these two.
I do like the fact that they've established a standard raise and they both stick to it, so I always appreciate it.
Makes life easier, doesn't it?
I'm a big believer in, like, before the next lower starts, she agrees a table, what the standard raise is, and everyone sticks to it, and anyone who doesn't gets harangued.
Harangued. I like that, Stuart. Nothing wrong with a good haranguing at an APAT event, is there?
Merciless harangue at that.
So 335 is a raise, and Dane has called, so we're going to see a flop with 770,000 in the middle. And it's King 6 Queen. And Luke bets 375,000. And Dane's going to fold.
Thought that might have been it. Well, that's 60.
Oh yeah. Oh, what am I doing? I'll go back to 50 100.
So the Deep and Steep has finished. So we are officially the last tournament of the Goliath Festival 2017 to finish. And Dane's raised it up to 325. And Luke folds. Luke makes it 335. And it's a raise from Dane, and Luke folds. So don't forget, next event for APAC is the Welsh Amateur Poker Championships in Cardiff on the 29th and 30th of September, and with us day 2 on the 1st of October. That's at the Grosvenor Casino in the Red Dragon Centre down on the bay. Open to anybody other than professional poker players. So if you fancy getting along and playing, if you've maybe played the APAT event this weekend or heard about it or just enjoyed Goliath, then fancy playing something similar buy-ins, similar sorts of structures, then get down there, get onto apat.com, and you'll find all the details on there. Meanwhile, we're going to raise from Dane to 325,000. And Luke starts counting chips and then says them all in. So after Cardiff, we head over to Belgium for an event at Spa, and we're over in Ireland, in Dublin, for the Irish Amateur Poker Championships, and then finish off the year in Reading for the English Amateur Poker Championships. All of our main events for Season 11 come with a GUKPT seat, added value on top, courtesy of our sponsors for Season 11, which is Grosvenor Casinos. Nothing like a bit of added value, is there?
Big fan of added value.
GUKPT. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. How does GUKPT roll off? It just doesn't roll off the tongue at all. But they've been actually going pretty much the same time we have. Both started in 2006. celebrating 10th anniversary. Our season 10 finished earlier on in the year, and they're currently in their season 10 at the moment. So 335 is the raise from Luke, and it's called by Dane. So we're going to see one of those flops. And it's Ace of Clubs, 6 of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts. It's a check from Dane, and it's checked by Luke. And it's the 4 of Hearts on the turn. And Dane bets out 600,000, and Luke folds.
Raise to 325.
Oh, it's the raise to 325 by Dane. And Luke says, I'm all in. And Dane folds. I probably don't even need to tell you who's raising. Basically, if I say it's a raise to 335, yeah, it's Luke. If I say it's a raise to 325, it's Dane. Yeah, so I can actually save myself some words here.
You've asked for it now, haven't you? They're going to swap. Don't. I can't. My brain can't handle random amounts of this kind of night.
Twist your melon now.
Yeah. So Luke folds and Dane gets a walk. I'm not even sure whether it still is. It's still technically a walk when it's heads up. I don't really even know whether it is.
I don't know. I suppose it's got to be, hasn't it? I mean,
I'm not even quite sure why it's even called a walk.
no, I was just trying to think about that. It didn't make any sense.
It's a walkover, isn't it?
Is that what you reckon? Yeah, Dane reckons because it's a walkover. Yeah. Yeah.
The man knows everything,
See,
doesn't he?
That's very knowledgeable, isn't it? He should be doing this.
Not bad for a Geordie.
No hay.
Raise to 325.
The raise is to 325. I'll leave you at home to work out who it was. The raise is to 335. And Dane says, I'm all in. And Luke folds.
So 13 minutes left at the blind level. 60,000, 120,000. Obviously no antes when we play heads up. That would be excessive.
Raise to 325.
So Dane raised there to 300,000. Frightened the life out of Luke. Really wasn't sure what was going on. Had to double check it was the same player, but yeah.
You missed the black one underneath.
Yeah, was there a black one underneath? Was there 325?
Obviously.
Even more frightening. And on we go.
Raise 335.
So Luke raises it up, his usual, and it gets called by Dane.
Raise to 325.
Hang on, let me just get offline.
There's a link in that little portable device thing. Yeah, yeah. Gonna have to get some more, isn't it? Cleaning me out.
My dog will probably die.
Raise to 325.
Back in the room.
Jim's come to mock Richard.
Jim's in play before.
Yeah, he's undercover. Jim's undercover. Yeah. He's undercover. You didn't think he had anything other than the suit?
No, I thought he lived in a, like jam.
Alan?
Got a onesie that looks like a suit.
Luke is all in. We've got a board of deuce 9, deuce 7, 3 hearts. And Dane says it's yours. Momentum feels to be swinging a little bit in Luke's favour.
Yep. He's making some big moves now, isn't he?
You put my hair up. I don't mind you putting my hood up, but not my hair. No, right? It's pristine. I spent hours. You're really jealous.
Raise to 335. Alan?
So raised to 335, and Dane says I'm all in, and Luke folds.
That must be good.
Raise to 325.
And Dane raises 325, and Luke folds.
so many of them.
Yeah.
Raise to 325.
Well, I'm going to ring Russian off as well to get masterclass discount because that's something I need to do before it's not on the website. And then come back
Raise to 335.
All in.
Raise all in.
Dane's all in and gets it through.
He won't see it. He's going to be with me. He's got my stuff.
Raise to 325.
Well, that's what she said. I'm going to go straight off and try and get back to you.
All in. Call.
Well, no, I wasn't.
All in the call.
It's King 8 for Luke and it's Ace 5 for Dane. It's the King 8 that's at risk. So here we go. Here comes the flop. And it's 3, 6, 5. Is the Ace 5 still ahead? 10, it's going to need to be a king or an 8 on the river or we're going to have a champion. And
Well done, sir.
we do. And we have a second place finisher, which is Luke Penhaligon. And we have a winner, who is Dane Talon. Congratulations to both players. Superb heads up there. We're just going to sort out some photos and bits and pieces. We'll just leave the stream running for a bit, but hope you all enjoyed watching that. Apologies for the problems around midnight, but we got back online as quick as we possibly could and managed to watch this down to a conclusion. We're in Cardiff at the end of September for the Welsh Amateur Poker Championships. You can get all the details on apat.com, but hope you've enjoyed our 4 days of streaming here from Coventry. It's been an absolutely cracking festival at the Goliath 17. Congratulations to everybody from Grosvenor and all the players for supporting the event, making it such an amazing week. We'll see you in Cardiff in a month's time.
Thanks a lot. And Richard will sort you out with payment.
The most important bit.
The most important bit indeed. Nice, mate. Nice. Yeah, if you have a seat there, buddy.
You do me a favour, will you take one on my phone as well?
Of course, mate.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a stress. That's something I've had to do that before. Yeah. I'm not the most photogenic, mind.
So you're going to move those buttons. Could I clear this out? I'll show up on it.
You don't want to see the king 8, do you? You only want the winning hand.
That's it. That's good enough. Actually, I don't even want them. It puts too much blur on. It'll be much better, I think, mate. Right, here we go. I'll take a few, alright, buddy?
Yeah,
and
no bother.
then we can make sure we get you better side.
Good luck, you'll need more
we
than
might be a while.
You'll need more than a few.
This will take longer than the fucking heads up.
Go around the back.
Could you lift it up and just hold it towards me as well, mate? You can smile if you want.
Oh, can it, man? People will not believe it's me if they see me smile.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks. Will you just take one with mine?
I will indeed.
Nice for the lads to wake up to in the morning.
Yeah. I think this is only your second cash with us, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
Thank you very much.
First he got.
Thank you. Well played, sir. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, well played, mate.
Thank you.
You getting the beers in back home?